奇怪，真的是。明明只是去泡一下狗逼，就整个人发生这样的事情，我不明白。Internet 看全是鱼。Oh, I think I'm back. Yep, OBS says that I'm back. I think I'm back. Stream should be back. Refresh. Should. After refresh, should be able to stream again. Yeah, I think the stream's back. According to OBS anyway. I'm just gonna double check just in case. I don't trust it anymore. This is... I just went to get a coffee and then this happens. I'm just trying to get coffee. Okay, yeah, stream's back. Okay, I went to get coffee and then 10,000 things happened. I cannot believe it. At least everything is back now, I think. Oh wait, I think milk is fine, question mark? Yeah, milk's fine. Okay, good. Okay, wow, we're back as if nothing happened. I got my coffee though. Kahi. I'm sorry, that was loud. Coffee, nice and hot coffee. Very, very nice. I feel good. I have coffee in my system now. Ooh. It feels good, man. Alright, I'm back. Everything should be working fine now, I think. Sorry about that. That was a huge scuff. I love it. I hate it, actually. Oh, Windblown. I cannot believe it. One coffee break. Oh, hand tracking died. It's back. No, it's died. Ayo, how scuffed can it be? Okay, please stay connected. Are those enemy? Oh, they are destructibles. Wow, that's kind of fabric-necked up. Already a big boy? Brother. Okay. Unlock outer attack. Oh my god, my PC is like actually dying. Outer attack. Use weapon until the signal appears. Then use other weapon to launch its outer attack. Oh, wait, that's pretty cool. Wait, so if I get 2 melee weapon, it's gonna be so much fun? Okay. Okay. Okay, outer attack. Okay, that's pretty unique. Never seen the never really seen this kind of mechanic before. Yeah, you're back, cries. No, don't cry. I'm here. Hit 5 times. So every weapon's last hit can trigger outer attack. Okay. I almost got him. What was that? I got in though. Let me in. Let me in. Intro. What is that? I love this game. That's gonna hurt. Deadly explosion. Saves you from death once and heals you for 50%. Cannot be replaced. Open target while near your target. I want this one. I need to consume coffee. Oh, I made it nice and hot too. Hell yeah. Money or cog? Cog is like the more permanent money, right? Of course cog. Give me cog. Ay. The enemies are getting hard to attack now. Oh. I'm flown? There's so many attention to detail with this game. Rescue the frog in distress. I'm going to burn out. I'm dying of heat. Help. I'm dying of heat. Hell yeah, hi frog. The gurney. Ooh, thanks. Any longer and someone could have served me as a hot frog's legs. The frog faint at the thought. Use the rescue fish to bring the frog back to the ark. Yes, there we go. Yeah, eat that frog up. Rescue Sigourney during an expedition. Hell yeah. Oh, it's fish. So much. Hell yeah. Oh. Wow, this scene makes the game lags like crazy. Excuse me? It's cool as fuck, but it's making my PC die. Immediate 30 FPS, the game says. Okay, there we go, there we go. Critical damage, shells looted. I'll just get this one. I mean, I'm doing a lot of crit damage, so it's fine. Can we even dodge that? Give shell. I guess that's like a bonus dungeon or like a bonus area. Do you block this way? No, you don't. Okay. Alright, here we go. Aye. Aye. Okay, I already died once. This is really bad. I guess that's... I mean, it is like a bonus room, I think. Hi, Brekkie! Oh my god, hi, Brekkie. I'm so blown away by how cool this what? This game is cool though. I mean, I'm also blown away by how cool the dragon is. Hope you're doing good, Brekkie. Ay. Oh my god, I couldn't react to anything. Beat bowl. Oh, it's an upgrade. Plus makes HP. Drink? I'm gonna drink. Oh, the bucket is being spoiled though. Doing great, hope you're as well. I'm doing pretty okay too, yeah. Just a little bit sleepy because I forgot to drink coffee this morning. But also it has been like a good kind of tiring for the past few days. My house is like almost all like decorated in like Chinese New Year lanterns and stuff, and then has been doing like has been helping my sister doing the Chinese New Year pastries. Hell yeah! And then I also need to like tonight. I also need to go to like a shop to replace the bulb and stuff. That auto attack's really strong. $40 health for that weapon. How is this? This weapon is not even that good. Oh wait, it is kind of good though. 40 health is too much. I don't wanna. And zipline? Ooh. Lebro. Target with bleed. Oh, it just deals more DPS in general. Oh, it's level 3. Okay. Feels like I'm missing something. Oh, it's a dead end. Okay. I started saving up to visit my hopefully soon to be partner. I'm so excited. Nice! Good luck with the saving. And also, I believe you can do it. Heck yeah. For your soon to be partner too. Hey, oi! Okay, learning. Como came back. I'm back. Hi Evie. I was busy packing before, so never got to say hi. And when I saw it was over, I was sad. No, I'm sorry. The Monday stream, right? It's one of these. D was critical against burning targets. The last strike applies burn. Maybe I should give it a try. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that plus 25 max HP though. I'm taking that one back. But auto attack plus 120% damage though. Ooh, wow. Ooh, wow. No, you know what? I want to try something new. I'm gonna open for some commissions and see if someone is interested. I'm sure someone will be interested. I mean, I saw your art. They're really heckin' good. Nice, nice. Play it slow. But really though, they're really nice. Boss fight? Yo, that's cool. That's one angry thing. Oh my god. Okay. Too early. Yeah. Should've dashed in that one. Now someone wants to get spicy up from me, it's fun to draw. I kinda want to be honest. I kinda want to. All packed ready to fly tomorrow morning. Nice! Have a good flight too. Yeah, have a safe trip. I think that's a better word for it. In the Sentinel's factory? By chance she didn't have a scratch? Yes, just hypoglycemia. Where am I? One of my grunts brought you back to our island and while you were unconscious. You are no longer in danger, so who are you? What were you doing out there? Me? I'm Sigourney, and I study the vortex, but looks like the field work doesn't suit me. Indeed, Sentinel's factory doesn't seem like a good place to observe a vortex. Well, think again, I've been analyzing this phenomenon for a while. It's the first time I've managed to get so close to the set. But, wait? There's hardly any wind here. That means the island has yet to feel the pull of the vortex? That's completely crazy! That could mean this is the last stand outside the vortex. I need to study this place. The weather, the vortex, it's fantastic. No, wait, this is very serious because the island may soon be absorbed. I've observed the phenomenon several times at first. Your island will start getting ghosts. Then they will intensify, and then they will get stronger and stronger until the island is eventually sucked in. And then you will join the great orbital spiral of the vortex. But this is the beginning of the troubles! You risk being crashed into by other islets. Even if that doesn't happen, your island will start to break apart. It will shatter into numerous pieces. Worse, sentinels from neighboring islands will start invading and tear you to shreds. Secretly. And if you are not already dead, you end up in the center of the vortex. I don't know what happens in there though. Just finished playing that tonight, beat it twice in one run and survived with 7 HP. Nice! Early start, gonna be up at 6:30 ready for bus at 8 AM. Flight's not till 10:40 PM. Oh, 8 AM. I should get to airport at about 9:30ish. You get my safe schedule. I get it 5:30. Wow. That's troubling. Are you sure that? Certain. Very well. You can stay here. We will help you with your research. Thank you. I'm sure that by joining forces we could find a way to. Oh shit. The vortex pulls in a straight line. What? Enough talking and run back to your post. Secretly follow me. I'll show you where you can settle in. What did I do? Talk to Secretly at the top of the weather. I thought about it carefully. I think Sigourney is right. The Ark's absorption is inevitable. You should check if she needs assistance. We must help her uncover the secrets of the damn vortex. Otherwise all our efforts will be in vain. How much should I have? 213. If I buy this, I don't have it anymore. But 2 heals is really huge though. Yeah. Memory database isn't updated. Heavy blade. Oh, I only have 2 dust. Freeze enemies around you. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. I go get more drink, then I join your lobby, or unless you prefer I make. I think I can join yours one. You're playing a new character, right? I don't want to go back to that damn vortex. And that's my whole family there, kid. Where is Sigourney? Or maybe you join mine? Oh, hi. The vortex looks fascinating from here and terrifying. The Ark is at risk of disappearing if we do nothing. Grunt, right? You must help me unravel the mystery of this vortex. I need to understand its origins and its mechanisms. I couldn't reach the center, but I'm certain you can. As the saying goes, knowledge is power. Report to me all the strange phenomena you observed during your expeditions. We will surely find a way to save ourselves. Okay. Do we have enough cogs? Of course not. Never enough cog. I forgot I left laundry in the machine. Why you like this? Backstabber. Oh. Receive a weapon at the start of your expedition. Maybe that's good? Thanks. Starting trinket. Recycling. Transform gear on the ground into shells. Oh, hey, look, it's gunfire reborn. Wow. It's truly a fish knife. The last hit is so slow. There must be something here. 5 minutes to hang them up. I'll wait, you. I'll wait, dragon. In the meantime, I can just drink coffee. Oh, speaking of, you know, something happened 2 days ago, I think. Yeah, 2 days ago on Twitter that really makes me doesn't want to use it. That really makes me doesn't want to use it even more now. Apparently, Elon Musk is involved in something very, 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 very bad. So it kind of just makes me doesn't want to use Twitter anymore. But then again, it's hard for me to use. It's hard for me to not use Twitter because there's so many dragon stuff at Twitter that I have that Blue Sky don't really have as much for now. So it's like, like, look at this dragon! Oh my god! I mean, you guys cannot see the dragon, but I'm looking at the dragon. It sounds so good. can share this one. I'm gonna share this one. Let us see. I put it into my dragon simping corner. It feels so odd putting my meds into the weekly container. So many damn pills to pop out. Ooh. I don't really have like a pill container. I just sort of put them aside and just eat them every night. Maybe I need to be more organized. Also, I love stuff like this. I'm gonna share this. I'll put this into the memes instead. Oh yeah, there's also this. You know what? Let's go to my Discord real quick. There's one thing that I saw last night that makes me not able to sleep at all. I was laughing so hard that I cannot sleep. Like the face, man, the face. Look at this. This is a continuation to the previous like post. So what happened is that the witch is like, oh, I'm gonna curse you. I'm gonna curse your significant other to like they turn into a werewolf or something, and then people would be like, oh my god, hot. So then the second one is just like witch is like turning everyone by request, like I can curse you into that one. And then now the part 3 is like I'm not cursing anyone anymore. I'll pay you triple. The face is so perfect. I look at the face and I seriously cannot fall asleep for a good 5 minutes. I saw the face. She's so defeated. She is so defeated. I cannot, like, oh my god. These two pictures without words says way more than the one with words. Way more. 5 in the morning, 5 at night, 6 on Monday and Thursday morning. Last time I just took a package with me, but I take far too many now. Oh, did you pick up my very full sibling? And then there's also, I love stuff like this. Stupid bitch and my RAM. Just like... You can totally replace this with a combo. It's like stupid bitch bit my ankles and stuff like that. You could totally do that. I could totally do that. Just replace this. Stupid bitch bit my ankles. So fun. I honestly just love something like that. It's really fun. Send you pick up it. I might have sent you 2 things of art of my dragon that you probably sent for DM. If it's dragon, and if it's good enough. Ice cream. Yeah, black scale with red underbelly is always such a good classic combo. Love them. Very, very nice. I love them. Oh, that is a lot of pills. Yeah, that does look very organized. Maybe I need that. Hi, Dinophos. Oh, I cannot show this on the stream. Yeah. If I mean, I can show this, but the previous post that I have is very sus. They were before I got my ref updated. Oh. And slipped and fell backwards in the driveway. Oh wait, I could just save this picture. Save image. Oh hell yeah. And then I could just like show this one. Oh, it's lagging. This is what my friend sent me. Slip and fell backwards in the driveway. I'll be safe out there in this weather. Man, poor thing. Oh, I mean, I want to be that one. Directly in the middle too, hell yeah. VC? Oh yeah, sure. Wait. Let me make the game a little bit softer. So that I can listen to Dragon. I think the game is already plenty soft though. I'll put it like this. I pull you to my secret my secret chat. Yeah, you can just join either general or gaming and I'll pull you in. Also there's construction going on nearby, so you can probably hear that. I'm sorry. This one. Oh yeah, when you join the VC and then I can just when Narex join the VC, then I can just like I can pull you into my secret dungeon my voice chat. Yeah. Wow.
Secret dungeon, huh?
No, it's not dungeon.
Oh, I'm facing the wrong side now.
Hey, you're not facing the wrong side anymore.
Okay. You doesn't say that you're playing the game on Steam.
What? Am I not?
This is online.
I am on. So I join yours then?
Yeah. And you?
Clears question mark out of tree. I love how your room is the only one.
I mean, yeah, the.
No one played this game. Oh, you're Pangolin?
Pangolin.
I see you as Pangolino.
Yeah. No, I chose Pangolin.
This game has some really good tail. I got Frost Nova.
Oh, they updated it to show how long the enemy is frozen for. That's nice.
Maybe? Oh.
Okay. Don't ignore the second option because you haven't unlocked it yet.
I'm going there.
I progressed far enough in my one run that I unlocked it.
You too OP already, man. You too stoned. I'm expecting this run to be able to go for... Oh!
Oh, you got starting weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't see it. Okay. Let's change now. What is this town? I've seen before.
Ooh, fish knife alter attack so good. I can cut without cutting. Oh, my PC is dying actually.
Yeah. Do you want to stay on video?
Maybe? It's okay lah. I mean, you're doing the you're doing all the damage, man.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. So when you're in the multiplayer, right, you can see other people's options also.
Oh yo. So I
Yeah.
can
So like yeah, if you want something from my side, right, or if I want something from your side, we can like communicate and say
Oh, so I can steal your
hello.
things?
Yeah. Not steal, but you can like ask for it. It's not very good cause like you can't chat while this happens anyway. So it's better with voice chat or push
Oh,
block.
yellow, yellow.
You also left with 20 seconds.
Hey, I take protection.
Then the jars, right,
Mm-hmm.
and the thingy, right, they break when you dash into them, so you don't actually have to hit them.
But I want to hit them more. It feels more fun.
Okay.
See? I think I did something.
I don't know, I was just dodging.
You plus 25, eh? Let me take this one. So the things that you take, I also get them? Like the cogs and
Yes.
the dust?
So account currency is shared, but everything else is not. So weapons, gift, trinket, and fish are not shared.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's
So
okay.
it's,
Nah.
yeah, first come first serve kind of thing.
Yeah, no.
I forgot mark stuns.
I got bomb. I got 2 explosion.
Bomba.
Boom.
Bomba. And you got a close one and a far one.
Many yip noises.
So are you more awake now?
Yeah, a little bit more. I got copy. Copy. Eh?
Ow.
Oh, yo. I changed. I feel I can dodge better now.
A bit more awake, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Money. Money. I don't want. Well, you're too strong already.
Ooh.
Using a trinket activate a rush. Did you not see that memory?
It's yours.
Oh. Oh, memory.
Memory. Yeah, memory is client-sided.
Okay, okay. Uyo. Uyo. Burn damage rate.
Actually, quite tempting. So,
Then I can get this one.
you
Now
want
you-
the people? If not,
People? No. I want to look at the fish.
fish.
The fish.
Fish.
Everything is fish, yeah. You rescue people with fish.
That's why you give for a fish knife, ma.
Fish knife. Oh shit, this map is killing my PC. I might have to switch to 2D. Oh, yo. Oh,
Combo finisher only applies to the last hit of
the last
shape.
hit, right? This one.
Yes.
Hiya. Not bad, not bad.
I mean, it's also an improvement, lah.
Yeah, no. Got more memory.
So the icon, you can recognize what it means, right?
Is that a boost?
No, that's a weapon.
That's a weapon?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's kind of just extra, right?
Mm.
Ultra laser? Oh, it's a trinket. I take money.
Oh.
Bleed,
Oh.
bleed infusion.
If it's one, I take.
I want the bleed all round.
Oh, okay.
Level 1 Frost Nova. You? No. Fish. Oh.
Why am I unlocking this again?
What is that?
Why am I unlocking this again?
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Oh, only you can dodge.
L2?
You? Ah, yep.
No, the L2 appears for like a split second and it's just gone.
Yeah. It appears when the enemy is low health.
Oh.
So it's like a execute. That's what I've been doing.
Oh. Okay. You.
What's secret? What's secret?
Okay. Wow, more attack speed. I got money also.
Yeah.
Oh, I got raid. Thank you, Looooong. Oh, it's Kobo. Hi, Kobo, go. Oh, you did it. Nice. Oh, you're so fast. Oh shit, my PC's dying. Thank you, Kobo, go. Also welcome. Oh, you're playing Dead by Daylight? Nice. Hopefully Dead by Daylight is pretty fun. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm Tylra. I'm a cowboy. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art on some Mondays and Thursdays. Sometimes. Cobalt raid. I've been raided by Cobalt. Hope you're doing good. I'm playing Windblown with Narix. I don't want to buy this one. I heal first. I'm also doing some damage here.
Yeah, this game doesn't show like how much damage people are doing. It's
Yeah.
not like a gunfire.
Yeah, gunfire is like
check. I can see.
Can compare. I don't want. You? Oh, I died to this one just now. I'm healing. Did it just...
Yeah, I think it's supposed to jump off.
Oh. It just... it just jumped
I
through
know,
the
it
floor.
jumped in a very good direction.
I saw it jump through the floor. Oh. Banger pulsar?
It's supposed to be you, but yeah.
It's okay. I think it's because it's
you
your...
You get to do this.
Do what?
If you press and hold your dodge button.
Oh. Oh. I have to replace.
Yeah, all those slots.
I already used my safe. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
already from safe from death already.
but I think you can't change that out.
Cannot?
Cannot.
Cannot replace. Oh,
It cannot replace. Yeah.
yeah. Change this one. You want protection?
No.
I cannot sell it. Oh, you can sell it?
Yeah,
For me, I
unlock
take.
the-
Oh, yo, I take the money. Eh.
Yep. Everyone gets the same.
This game is like ADHD. Even hot spring, you need to do very fast one.
No, you the longer you stay in it, the more you heal.
Yeah,
So
nah.
it's good to just sit. Shots. Shadows.
Ooh, boom. I can recharge my flask thing.
Yeah.
Have you used your flask
You used-
already?
Nope.
Then I take this one. Oh, recharge one.
Yeah, you buy one flask. Yes.
Only one. Okay. Ooh. Well, I hold my dash button. I cannot control myself anymore. It's too fast.
Zoomies.
Network unstable. Please check your connection. Apa hal ni? I can destroy. No cheese for them. Oh.
The fireworks stuns them if they're in the AoE of it.
Actually, yeah. I think I'm actually gonna change to 2D real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. Very fast. Because the game is like... The game is...
Suffering.
Yeah. I think not only my game is suffering, my PC is also suffering, so... Yeah. It's okay. I mean... A flat bolt is also pretty good, right? A flat bolt, nice. I need to disable redeem also. Yeah. I need to pause redemptions as well. Why am I listening? This one, and this one, and then this one need to change also. You know what?
Ah.
No, you didn't see that. Secret Legiana book.
I mean, okay, except that my big moves, so you might want to adjust the position also.
It's okay, and just think that it's pooping you. It's good enough.
Okay.
Oh, I can see what's going on now. Hell yeah. It's such a huge difference. After being shadowed, the tree, please stay active. Oh, this is GIF. My GIF is already full.
Ooh, let's go.
Oui.
Ooh, damage against isolated enemies. Ooh, that's very good.
Hey, I need to replace my GIF again. Nah, I get money. Win map?
Yeah, that's for the second zone.
Oh. Grenade. Grenade. Change. It's so nice that you recycle and I get the money.
Ooh. Ooh.
You want it?
Ooh, yes.
I don't want. You can take, you can take.
Upgrade the zero gold.
Sirocco. Uyo. Uyo, can. Grenade. The bro?
Sure.
Uyo. Why am I stuck? Oh, okay, though. More attack speed. I got 30% attack speed.
I think attack speed caps at 60.
Oh, got cap. Nice.
Yeah, I think that's the only one with a cap. So
I
just be
mean,
careful.
okay lah, fair lah. Because attack speed is like, if it's too fast, then it can break the game. I'm changing my weapon. I got another fish knife.
Oh, I thought you don't want this thing.
That one... Oh yeah, freeze is nice. Oh. It's okay, I'll take freeze. I got freeze and fire.
Okay.
It's so nice I get the money also. This is going to be my first win run.
Hard to say, oh.
Feel very strong already, ne? Look. I don't want to replace. Just get money. Oh.
Big potion.
Freeze is actually so good. I never realized how much freeze saved me.
If only it was on a faster weapon, I think.
Okay, I think this one is pretty fast. Plus my attack speed, I think not bad now.
It takes a while to get to the last hit.
It'd be nice if it's a fish knife. 3 hit. Wheel. Protector fish. Crystallize? I'll just take money again. Wait, was that the boss?
Yep.
What? Oh my god,
Fish
I can buy.
freeze.
Oh yo, I can buy everything here. I buy this one. So fast. Size plus 100. Oh, I want this one. And these two I cannot buy already. I feel like that saved me from death. Maybe it's not that good.
It's once only, right?
Yeah, once and then it just like takes up your space, whatever.
Yep. It's nice if you get it very late, lor.
Yeah lah. But then again, it did save me once. Reached the incubator for the first time. Oh yo. Oh yo.
I myself.
Oi, I died. I didn't even get to use potion. Revenge. Both your enemy deal increased damage.
Yeah.
Oh, is it because I died?
Yes, because of that.
Oh shit. Okay.
Sit down.
I'm sure you've been here before, right?
Because I'm not opening a lot of things. Go back for it later.
Can you like revive me in some way?
Yeah, just kill stuff.
Oh.
Just gonna kill one more time. Oh, hello. Of course it's you. This one first.
Oh. And this game has something with tail, isn't it? Even the enemy has like, even if they're not animal, they got like good tail also.
Right, it's a furry game, yeah.
Yeah. I love they focus on the tail because I like tail. I live.
Okay, now we go back for start.
Okay.
Ooh, that's nice. That's very nice. I tag like a bunch of chests that I didn't open. Cause you couldn't. If I open, you don't get anything.
Oh.
Yes.
Where am I? So nice. Now I got loot also.
Just 20 cogs. That's fine.
Wait. I heal first. Fish knife.
Yeah, fish knife with freeze is very strong. Plus
Yeah.
it's very fast.
And then I got like 30% attack speed. Oh. Oh, they can resist.
Yeah. They resist. They're all mini bosses, so they resist after like a few.
That's fair, that's fair. Secret? Do I just follow the wind?
Ah, interesting.
Finish her, apply freeze. But fish knife though.
Yeah, a fish knife. No,
Yeah, fish knife is much better. Size and attack speed. Wee!
it's very funny.
Yeah. I kinda want it. I want it.
Okay.
I changed no more freeze, but I get the funny
then I take the freeze slot.
hit.
Yeah,
Open. Oh yo!
no more curse. It's fine. Yeah, big.
Oh yo! Even the outer attack is also big. Wait. Funny fish knife. After being shattered, the team's freeze stay active for 1 second. Oh, that one I also need to play freeze, huh?
I mean, it applies to me because I'm running freeze stuff also.
Yeah, lah. I'm not really playing as much burn, I think. Other than using... I'm changing it. Nah. Freeze good. Wee.
Haha, what's that?
I'm just spamming fish knife. Backstep against school.
Oh, wait, I got someone at the door.
What? I can drink coffee again.
Okay, I think my order came in. I'll go check it later.
What order?
Ooh, I bought a bunch of dice.
Ayo?
That's max.
Attack speed. Is this a trinket?
Yes. It's to
I-
buff your scythe. It's not important, okay?
Yeah, I don't have Sio.
You have your Frost Nova.
Oh,
Yeah, you can only, those options will only show up if someone on the team has a way to spawn
oh.
them. So like Mux and Scythe. And then there's a few others, Echo, Freeze, Curse. All these were all like the subsidiary trinkets will only show up when someone in the team can trigger them somehow.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Nice. Oh, that was the boss again?
No, that's just the final. This is just the final area.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a final area. I think you buy the potion much better. Oh, that's the sign. It stays for quite a long time, yeah. Oui. Oh, we get to choose which to fight?
Yes. No, we have to fight all of them, but you can choose which order you want to fight them, and it goes from easiest to hardest, regardless of which order you choose.
Oh.
Yeah, they get buffed. If you don't choose them first, they get buffed. Then so forth.
Okay. I'm gonna assume fight the freeze, poison, fire. Right? Is that poison? I don't know. We fight freeze first, no? Oi, oi.
yeah, I forgot this guy is the one with the fish knife.
I have a big fish knife. Hi, Dan. Now we fight. Fight it. Wait. Ui. Yeah, it's a lot more stronger. I thought it's just a little bit stronger, but they are a lot more stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, watch this. Last one. Oi!
Yeah, watching. Yeah, yeah.
Oi! 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 It's not even poison, just teleport. It's kind of scary when someone died, then you have the revenge thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay lah. It's better now. It used to be sudden death where you have to kill 10 things or just get one shotted.
Ah. Hiya, why like that?
Like that low.
Enhance crystallize. Crystallize now refill your trinket by 30 seconds against mini boss and bosses by 15 seconds. Do I even have crystallize?
You got already what? Unlock the mechanic.
What's crystallize?
The R2 button.
Atu? Atu nothing or?
R2, this one lah.
Is it like the last hit thing?
Yeah, the last hit thing. Yeah, when the enemy low HP.
This one?
Ah, yes, that's crystallized.
What?
Yes.
Having fun? Yeah, having a lot of fun. Also, I gotta moisturize with coffee. My coffee.
Okay, I go switch.
You switch character?
Let's see.
Preserve up to 100 share when you die? Okay. Boosted boost. Boost now have 5% chance to be enhanced, providing a better bonus. Learn to navigate updraft and unlock access to secret area. Attracts variant that may appear in your expedition. Broken jars sometimes contain food? Yo.
It's like 5% chance.
Not bad eh. Is this also... Are you Basilisk?
No, something called the horn lizard, I think. Wait, let me check.
Yo.
Yeah, horn lizard.
I haven't unlocked that one yet.
Mm-hmm.
I need 50 cop, but I didn't buy that one. Yo. Protects all leapers inside its bubble. A slow but powerful weapon. Last attack deals crit and stun. Ooh. Oh, this one's nice. Death Oath. Creates a blast which deals 40% of initial hit damage. It stuns for 2 seconds. And what's curse?
It's a debuff that makes enemy take more damage.
Oh,
I think it's like 10 stacks max. And then once it hits 10 stacks, it will double. It will double the amount of debuff damage that you take, but it cannot be extended after that. So it lasts for like 4 seconds, and then it goes back to 0.
why you have umbrella?
Because it's stormy, it's windy.
It's stormy. If you bring umbrella, you're gonna fly away, then.
It's windy.
Windy. Yeah, I think we can go for another expedition. Access a new biome? We going this one?
Yep. Monsters are a bit harder. Slightly different monsters, and monsters are a bit harder. But you get overall more stuff from the run.
Reach the fungal swamp for the first time.
Yep.
Ghoul brush?
It's not a very good weapon, but you want, you can try.
I want. Oh? A very stabby step, huh?
Yeah.
It's not like very. I wanna try it. I wanna try it.
And these are unlocks that I can do.
Oh.
That I have that applies to everyone. You also get like I think my full list of unlocks because this is my 100% character.
Cruel ghoul. Boost stock. Elite mini boss and boss drop will boost my. Oh, yo! I won.
This should be to upgrade your auto attack. Yeah.
Ooh. Oh,
Okay. Basically, you upgraded your thingy. So now it's your turn to do.
Chain to unlock. A chain to launch a second stronger auto attack?
Okay, so basically now it gets to the point where your combo finisher, right, will go from first tier to second tier before looping back to the first tier. So you can see the color change also.
Oh,
Right, so it goes from white to orange. You unlock a third tier eventually, which will go to red.
oh. Oh, I see. Okay, so now, oh, orange.
Correct, orange.
Okay, and then the blue one, they want the orange one. Okay, okay.
Yep.
Okay then, so I mean, just doing the same thing but better now, no?
You just get free damage, just out.
Yeah.
Swing the wrong weapon. I haven't played this in a while already.
Goo brush. Nyum. Oh my god, we got another rolling combo. I don't want. Le bro?
It's little bro, like this.
Le bro?
Oh.
You? Oh, fish? I only unlocked one fish.
Unlocking one fish unlocks. Oh no, the rest comes later. But this is basically unlocks from my side. So if you want to try, if you want to pay the HP and go and try,
80 HP, yeah.
but 80 HP is high, so
Can. Can.
So this one is basically you just eat it at the enemy. You go forward, right? You will eat enemies, and then when enemies are inside it, right, they don't take damage. But if you hit the fish, the more you hit, the stronger the explosion will be. Then when the fish release them, it will explode.
Oh.
Yeah. It's also considered the worst of the three fishes. Yeah.
It's okay. I want to go. And then oh yo. Did it not die after that?
No, they died.
Oh, I want claw. Yo.
You got a whole attack also.
Oh yo, it even break my PCs, yeah.
Break your PC.
Yeah, they have like very stretched out polygon for a few seconds just now.
Oh. But yeah, you got a whole attack also. So if you press and hold the attack button, it does something.
Oh, yeah, see? Broken polygon. No attack speed. I don't know why the fish is so funny to me.
Because it's eating.
Wow. Attack speed. Yeah, so hard to choose any. Attack speed nah. Burning critical.
Oh, secret.
Secret?
Cogs.
I already unlocked so many cog.
Yeah, this is something that you can unlock later on with the from the wolf.
Oh, kill all enemy
this is-
without taking damage. Wow.
Yeah, challenge area.
I Oh, yeah, I already fail. Oh, if I fail,
wow.
do you fail?
Yep.
Oh shit.
Then you don't get the like the extra thingy in the middle.
Oh.
It's supposed to be a weapon, I think.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Oh.
It's
Fireball.
okay.
I don't want fireball. Oh, the firefish so strong, eh?
The firefish, the claw, is it?
Yeah, the claw.
Yeah, you unlock from killing the red guy last.
It's okay. I always got chance to unlock one. I don't want. Wait, where'd the animated boat go? I'm still animated. Kind of,
You're
in a way.
less animated.
Less animated.
I kicked out of the screen. Wanted to stun what you're fighting and then click out of the screen. Wait.
Oh. Oh, you got 4 potion. Wow, okay. Wow.
Oh, hit blast.
I want this one. Telepike? Critical apply 1 curse.
Crit apply curse.
I want dust.
This is critical direct hits.
Size plus 100? Yes. Can I not get 2 of the same weapon?
Nope, cannot.
Oh, the game
Morlocks.
so big.
Yes, big.
Oh my god, that's also so big. Okay, okay.
Yep. Everything is double.
Nice. I recycle. Oh, do you want it?
Nah. Yeah, I use for now lah. My thingy level 1 is.
I got pet. I got too into this game. I feel like I feel a little bit right now.
Oh. Why leh?
I'm gonna play this game for a long time.
Yeah, that's what I've been asking me to get the game also. Cause it's free.
Yeah.
And it's like gunfire but not gunfire so.
I mean, gunfire is mainly like ranged,
Pew.
like pew pew guns.
Pew FPS. This is more.
This is Ooh. Do you see the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, do I cause burn?
Yes, your claws open.
Oh. I take first.
Okay.
Yeah, and then melee combat is like my thing also.
Okay, good. So that counts as direct hits also. Nice.
So many broken polygons. Hiya.
Oh, burn aura.
Burn out lah. Burn. Oh yo, damage. Oh. I change this one.
Oh, okay.
Charge blade. Why am I playing Monster Hunter?
Oh yeah, that's that's that.
I'm playing CB.
No, it's great sword.
Okay, so okay. Oi.
Ta-da! You got another fish.
I got fish. Okay.
Yeah, but you already have a fish. If you want, you can take that. I can use because my slot empty.
Yeah. Him.
Oh, you don't want the gobble
I want the gobble. The gobble looks more fierce. Death or? Oh, is this a trinket?
Yep.
Oh, it's a trinket. I changed the Lebrew. Oh, this boost.
Oh, yeah, that's from your boost up.
Boost up?
Yes. Your gift.
Oh, did you not have it?
No, it's personal.
Oh shit, I stronger than you now. The kobold is stronger than the dragon? Wow. The double-sized fiery claw is so funny. Eh? Oh, I thought there's something. %?
Oh yeah, I should be taking crit bonus.
I'm taking money. Oh,
What did he even eat?
8A.
I didn't even see eat anything.
I made it 8A. Oh, I got another boost. Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
Killing a foe with burn, create a fireball. I mean, I play with burn. I change this one. I don't want this one though. Okay, okay.
Isn't yours level 3 also? Yeah, it is.
I like mine more. Oh, okay. Nice. I don't want. It's not size plus 100%.
Yeah, there's also a waste of HP.
Oh yeah, 40 HP. Eh? It died. Off with its head.
Yeah. So, the Act 3 boss is dependent on which you kill in Act 2. So if you leave him alive, like the head, right, it just becomes the boss in Act 3.
Oh.
If you kill him, something else happens.
Oh, that's so cool. Boing fish.
Yes, trampoline.
Oh, it's survivor. I don't want survivor for now.
There's nothing I can really use here also.
Money. Hi, Carnine. I got chicken nugget. Oh wait, I need to. I need to disable lead motion.
Oh, you still have it on?
Yeah, I forgot. It's okay, I'm feeling more awake now.
What time your dinner thingy tonight? or whatever evening plans you had.
I think tonight there's no eating plans.
Oh, I thought you said you had something.
No.
No? Okay.
If tonight the badminton cancel already.
Oh.
Because not enough people. Like, yeah, all my friends, they are like, they need to like prepare for Chinese New Year preparations and stuff. Ooh. Lucky boost? Yeah. Ooh. I buy lucky boost. I change this one. Do you want it?
No.
Then can sell, no? Oh, I can sell also. I think the fish is the best thing in the game.
Oh, here we go.
Hmm? Oh, what this? Hexed gift? Ayo, this one is fun, eh? Bead hex. Weapons and trinkets deal minus 50% total damage. But I can be gremlin. Oh, it's a gift? I have to replace it?
Yep.
What? I'm replacing a non-hit fireball. Like how crazy can I get?
I can see it's very fast.
Yeah.
I mean, the auto attack is still rather relatively 60.
Yeah.
And your auto attack is a lot faster.
Okay, I like this one. Weapon direct critical create a plus. Oh, only on crit? I don't want. I'm playing with my lucky boost and the boost and boost. Ooh.
Yeah, that was a free potion.
Oh, your potion have like the healing field one.
Yeah, because we didn't heal fully.
Oh.
Yeah. And that was a free potion anyways.
Oh, so your maximum is not 5 but 4 potion?
It's 4 potion, but I got the trinket that gives me 1 more.
Oh.
I just need to do more damage, then it will come back eventually.
Nice. What's the right one?
Is potion shop. Basically, you go there, right? You can. I think the options are usually just like 3 apples and a potion.
Oh,
You have to spend money to get it.
yeah, no.
So yeah.
I like cog.
Oh, I got uppercutted. Ah,
Wait, wait.
eh.
Upgrading crystallize.
Yeah. So apple, right?
Uh-huh.
The funny. Okay, you see, it heals 40% now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, come, you go see how much it heals you now.
Wait, 50%?
Yes.
Oh,
Cause
if
it's
you...
cooked.
Oh, you cook apple. I eat that.
Yeah.
Oh, I eat 520. I can buy. I think you get it now. I think your potion better one. Or is it like the same?
It's the same.
Oh, it's the same?
Still
I think-
60%. It doesn't get improved.
Oh, okay, okay.
I have no idea what that was. Didn't even see it. Oh, okay.
I was just spamming triangle.
You want it?
Ui, size plus 100. Wow. How big?
Very.
Ui. Ui.
Yeah. But it can cover some on-field effects, so just be careful.
Oh. Where'd you go?
Below,
How'd you go below?
around.
What? Is it here? Oh, here? Oh.
Oh,
People.
it's not a very good one.
It's a backstab. Can you even backstab with people?
Okay, just hit the from behind.
Oh.
Just shoot the monster back, the enemy back.
I don't want.
Save. Okay lah. Actually, do more damage than my
Oh,
than my knife.
level 1 knife.
Yeah.
More attack speed? Oh, it's capped at 60%, right?
It's supposed to be capped at 60%. Yeah.
I'll get damage for now.
Move you.
Ui. Burn aura. Oh, it's stronger than mine. I won. Do you want my burn aura?
No.
I sell. What's this one?
Gift.
Gift? Oh, gift. Oh, gift. Right. I want boost. I think boost better. Gift has like the cap. What? What? What did I keep it up?
Ooh, 75 HP. Ooh.
Trinkets refill 80% faster. 80% is very, very high.
18% is the 30% boost.
Oh wait, it's
each row is
shiny.
6. Yeah, each row is 6.
Oh my god, yeah. This one should be fine then.
It's usually 3 sets of enemies, but yes.
Nice too.
Use fucking BOT.
Ooh. Oh, that's a boss. No wonder it's so strong.
That's the different bosses.
It's not the head anymore. Anchor boom.
Oh, Midas for free. Midas for free is good.
I don't want.
Don't salvage this. I want to go check.
Okay.
Just can buy slot. And I hope for slot.
Secondary weapon minus 50%.
Oh, I bought. Okay, let me sell the. I can't attack, right?
What happened?
Spawn the apple. Just see if I can. I think I can hit. Yeah, oh well, it's not that cool. Oh yeah, got sword.
Got sword? A fish knife.
Sword.
Slot? Oh, slot. Don't you want it?
Do you want?
I think you take that.
Oh, okay. Read my Midas, I guess.
Plus, I buy the potion.
Oh, okay.
I buy dust.
Hmm.
I cannot buy already. The head movement.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I can't walk cause I'm playing on
Oh,
the
okay.
keyboard mouse. Yeah. Cannot walk.
Controller supremacy.
Okay.
Strong recovery.
Explain to you what recovery is like. Okay, so basically recovery is when enemy hit you, a portion of that damage, right, becomes yellow HP. So yellow HP means that when you hit enemy, you will be able to get back HP.
Oh,
You want this?
fish knife. What? My fish knife is still level 1? I didn't even know. Sell. I don't want homo.
It's better than my current.
Oh,
Like them things. Wait, what is bleed cap? Bleed cap is 50.
with a bomb that applies bleed.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at it, I'm like, should I take this or should I just take bleed aura? Bleed aura is
35,
still better.
35
Yeah, I think bleed
seconds.
aura.
And Blade Storm is really fun, but a bomb. Bomb. I take bomb. Explosion good. Boom.
Secret.
You?
Oh, shot. Secret shot.
Shield? Raise and hold your shield to cut, allowing you to block.
It's the parry window is 0.1 second. Like
Oh
the perfect
no.
parry window is 0.1 second. It's literally you playing Iceborne over again.
Oh no. No. Oh, my health flask is full.
Yes, Alpha is full. And I cannot spend too much. If not, I lose my damage bonus.
Oh, you have Midas?
Yes,
Oh.
I got Midas for free. So I don't want to spend.
I played. Last strike deal critical, apply mark. No. Oh, I mean, I don't have enough money also. Oh. Oh, I have full health. Oops, I accidentally get open. That's weapon, right?
Yep.
You want weapon?
It'd be good to roll again, I guess. It's up to you.
Or do you want money that you can get damage out of it?
Nah, I'd rather roll weapon. Cause can always just sell the weapon if it's not good.
Oh yeah, huh? Yeah, weapon. Green boost.
Ultra laser. Oh, this is not. These are all actually pretty bad.
Duplicated to
No
each nearby target.
shot. Who?
What happened?
Nah. Pair found. Plushie stickers.
You have a sticker?
Sorry. Wait, let me send to you.
Oh shit, there's no time limit, right?
There is.
Oh shit. Oh!
I wasn't planning to pick canyons. So funny. Go look at your Telegram.
Oh! I look at my Telegram. Ui! Ui! My sticker now. Oh my
The
god.
last one that I sent you, Pear said it was a seagull.
Oh no. Deflated Vastax. Oh my god, it's a Dum Dum Narga. Oh my god, it's so good.
And this is the first set.
No wonder you were like
No wonder I was just giggling. Yeah.
all the dumb plushie emote.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, what is it? This one?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Eat. Oh!
This is still me floating up.
It's okay, man. Extra chain out. Oh, the third one, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it works this way. Oh! Okay. Very, very nice.
Aiyo, not again.
My fish is not done yet. Oh! Wow, I used up all my potion against that weird tail thing.
Yes, that's actually.
Oi!
People don't like fighting. People don't like fighting this one.
They have like the force field.
Yeah, the echo hits.
Oh, please. I like my claw, but the claw is doing not a lot of damage now. I have to change. Dragon, see, look. Hiya.
Oh, because it's fast, right?
So fast. Hi, Wildflower. I sell this one, no? Unless you want it.
Nah.
Oh, upgraded shells looted by team. I think the fish is not bad, eh?
Oh, another pack. Wait, let me.
You got another pack? Is it another plushy pack?
No, it's different. But
Oh.
it's funny also.
Ui! One. How do you even find these packs?
These are all from Mega Drake apparently.
Oh. Oh. Wait, I already have these? No way. How do I even?
I don't know.
Nice packs.
Yeah.
Ooh, I buy. I got freeze and stun.
Oh, not this again.
Critical blast.
Yeah, nah.
Nah, it's not that good. Oh,
Okay.
no, it's okay. I forgot I can freeze them.
Thinking from like so far away. Yeah.
Curse trap? I mean, if there's anything you want, I can buy for you also. Since you have Midas. You want this one? Is this a trinket?
Yeah, it's a trinket, but I have one already.
Oh,
So, no, it's okay.
I buy this one now? I need to remember to use flask. Damage plus 60% against target with goo. Oh. I mean, I got bleeding bomb. It's okay. It's the last boss. It's the last boss, right? Yeah. So the red one last unlocks the fiery claw, right?
Yep.
I don't know if it's gonna unlock for me though.
It should. It's supposed to be a guaranteed thing.
Okay, so let's try this one first. Wee. Wow, scary, yo.
Yeah.
Okay. Wee. Did we win?
Oh no, the camera.
What am I looking at?
Oh no, the camera.
Welcome home. I'm looking at a few sparkly bits. Brother. I mean, I think that was supposed to be a very impactful situation, I think.
Yeah. Oh no, the camera.
I got 2 boosts out of this.
Oh, okay. So you have to unlock the glaive first, the boomerang.
Oh,
Okay. So yeah, the fiery claw is later on, I think.
it's okay. Boomerang
After you
also
rerun.
get custom difficulty mode. A work in progress.
Yeah, but basically you can do New Game Plus, or like Or like you think like gunfire is the
Oh.
elite and then like the nightmare difficulty yada yada.
I thought they would allow like endless mode.
Nah.
Then break the game more.
Yeah.
I mean with the like mini boss kill, get the boost and then the boost and boost. I think that one can really break the game. The longer I play, it's like ooh. I want this one. Leave corpse under a tarpaulin in the sun. Oh, another level plus. Starting trinket. Boosted boost? Uptrend. Attracts variant that may appear in your expedition. Killing them provide additional loot. Yeah. Extra loot. Additional gift slot for a total of 4. Oh shit. I used all my coins. Is that a boomerang? Ooh. Anchor boom. Direct hit deals crit health, fire burning wrecking ball. It goes away and it comes back. And tip deals critical. Oh, I have to play the footsies?
Like footsies.
Dash only to perform jump attack. You can recover 100% of lost HP for 50% longer. And trinkets can trigger this effect. Oh, these are all gifts. Boing fish. Triggers another auto attack after the first one, but with minus 50% damage. Ooh. It's kind of fun though.
Depends on the weapon you use. Some of them can be detrimental.
I mean, if I can like do the fiery claw twice.
No,
Yeah.
you're more or less forced into auto attacking backwards. So if you like start with your first if you start with like your primary weapon, right? So you auto attack to your secondary. If you got that I think it's called double auto attack, you will just be allowed to auto attack straight back into your first weapon again.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
Yeah. So for certain weapon combinations, it's a bit strange.
Burning critical. Oh. Oh. that effect is the bleed, right?
Which one?
The yeah, that sound.
No, it's just hits. Bleed is just increasing damage. Like if I were to do this, for example, yeah, just bleed.
Oh,
It just adds that amount. Like every stack of bleed adds that amount of additional damage per hit.
okay.
Yeah. The boomerang auto attacks it's just a ring.
Yeah, I
Same
mean,
as the telepikes one actually. It's also just a ring.
telepike.
So just a ring.
Wow, 2 ring. Wow, 2 ring. Alright, the tip deals crit. I forgot. I like the fish knife plus this.
So much extra hits.
Yeah. Oh, I have 51. Oh yeah. How about this one? Oh shit, my PC died. I thought I think the gobble fish is much better, like.
The amount of damage you get out of that is actually a lot. It's less direct to use compared to like the gobblefish. Gobblefish is just you CC the enemy, right? But then you get to you get to be, you're basically permanently evading while you're jumping on the enemy.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's why so it can be good.
Fish knife. Boost stock. I got another boost stock. Oh, the classic behind the waterfall. Attack speed? Oh, it's so hard to decide. I get crit damage first. Oh, the double outer attack is so fun. So nice.
Secret.
Secret?
Ah.
Huh?
Oh.
Imbalance. I don't want. What? I have to use Cog to buy this? Eh?
It's freebie for me because I'm already fully unlocked.
Oh, right. Oi! I cannot hit already.
Oh well.
Damage based on distance? Is this a weapon?
Yep.
Oh.
You'll know what category it replaces when it depending on where it highlights. So if you stand near it, and you see your bottom left.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, then you'll know which category it is.
I feel like okay only. I try now.
Try to shoot, I guess. The shield auto attack doesn't really do a lot of damage, but it taunts enemies.
Oh.
But you already taunt enemies by pressing and holding the shield moves. It's just that the wind blast that the shield auto does applies like a taunt duration.
Okay, so the parry window is like not
right when the enemy is hitting you.
Jesus, 0.1 second.
Yeah, it's like 0.15 ish. Yeah, it's not a very big window.
I'll try. Do you want the boomerang?
Nope.
I'll sell it.
Oh, that is actually very good.
Oh. Matia, how do I even parry anymore?
You need to it's less of pressing when the enemy hits you, right? And it's more of you press and hold and then you release when the enemy hits you.
Ah, when I release?
Yeah, release.
Oh no, that's so weird.
Yeah. It's yeah.
I don't like it. Why do you... Who the fuck thought releasing is a parry?
No, it's the same as think of it like Secret Shift.
Yeah, but that's like only the only releasing parry.
It's okay. This is prep work for whiles when you start using all the offset attacks.
Ew, I'm spamming offset attacks in Monster Hunter WoW is so good. Especially for Switch X. I don't know which one to choose. Money.
Oh, you're not going for the heal.
Oh yeah.
Oh well.
I don't think I'm
Too late
killing
for
a lot though.
Yeah, too late for that.
Does it also count when you kill?
Yes.
Why no? Why is it dry? Where my spa?
Because higher difficulty.
Higher difficulty, this one?
Yes. Yep. Oh, you didn't realize? Yeah. I bumped up the difficulty.
This game can be harder?
Yeah. You unlock the difficulty. Remember?
I don't. Anchor boom. No more shield. I don't want shield anymore.
Okay. Okay, use the you can try the charge blade.
Oh,
But I think
yeah.
that one
I used up all my money already.
I can buy for you.
Inflict critical heavy. Oh, ooh. I can try if you don't mind. Oh my god, it is charge blade.
Great sword. Ooh.
Oh, great sword, yeah. There's no auto attack for great.
There is, but you need to do a charge third swing.
Oh,
It's the upswing.
wait.
The upswing needs to be charged.
Which one is the first hit? That's the first hit, right?
Yes, that's the first hit.
Oh. Kind of weird.
Yeah, it's very slow. These two weapons don't really pair very well if you're doing double auto attack.
I guess this one is fine.
Do you still want the ninja stars?
No. I used the charge blade. Every time I just need to watch the fish. Ooh. 500 shield but max HP minus 80%.
It's not good. That's not good.
Shield doesn't regenerate like Gunfire Reborn?
No.
Ew.
Shield is temporary HP. I don't understand the benefit for that at all.
Yeah, I mean, 500. It's It doesn't reject. I don't want any of these. Money. Money. Ooh.
Oh, wait, there's something here? Yeah, there is.
Secret? Oh. Oh.
It's got marking on the floor.
I just knock an enemy down.
Hmm?
I just knock an enemy.
Yes. It does a bunch of damage also by knocking the enemy off.
Oh, nice. Secret?
It's part of this tile.
Oh. Deadly extension. Oh, it's weapon or money? Weapon.
Oh. Do you want any of these?
Fish knife or shield? No.
Or you don't want fish knife? Okay.
I want Sirocco.
Okay.
I want Sirocco to change the charge, please. Why does it look like a plug? Oh, it's an
It's
umbrella.
umbrella.
Okay, okay.
Sus.
No, it looks like that.
Sus.
No, it looks like that.
Hmm.
It's not sus. Actually want to change. No more anchor boom.
Ooh, actually. Oh yeah, that's the anchor boom I put down.
I sell the anchor boom. Wait, where'd you go?
Somewhere.
Fish.
150 cogs.
Oh,
It's expensive.
For the OP fish. I take Frost Nova. Against Ghoul? Outer attack damage. I don't want this one. You?
Upgrade.
Hibiki's umbrella.
Upgrade.
It's level 1 though.
Yeah, it's level 1.
Yeah. I wanna play. Oh. Oh. I take the ninja star first. Oh. I changed my death op. Super outer attack? Is there a build where you don't rely outer attacks?
It's some. Yeah, some.
Oh.
But auto attack is generally too strong, so.
Yeah. Like it'll be weird to not do outer attacks because it gives you like sort of full invisibility when you do it.
Some of them don't actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Or at least they don't last the full duration. You have things like the boomerang and like the telepipe. Yeah, auto attack don't give you inval.
Oh.
Yeah, because they don't last very long.
Heal. I need healing. I don't want.
also yawning.
My what?
You're also yawning?
Maybe. Oh. Ish. Bully.
Oh, this is all so bad.
I take money. Oh, you're Spana.
Yep, just this level.
Oh, just this level has Spana. They have a gift slot. Do you want? I already bought one.
Probably okay. I got nothing to put in there though, but probably okay.
It's okay
Ooh,
with.
apply curse. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, this is good.
I can stack it a bit cool. I'm playing range build.
I can dash like once every 2 seconds.
2 seconds?
Yeah.
Oh, do you have the hex thing?
Yeah.
What's the gift again? It debuffs your dash, right? But what does it give you?
2% lifesteal.
Ooh. Okay, nah, not bad, nah.
Yeah. I mean,
Bleeding trinket?
if only I'm doing like overkill damage, but I'm not.
Overkill damage?
Yeah, because you lifesteal if you overkill the enemy anyways.
Oh, it's not just like you deal damage, you heal?
No, as in like if you do more than their max HP, you still heal that amount that you do.
Oh. then lifesteal is not as good as I thought, ne?
What do you mean?
Because
No, as in like even if you do too much damage, right? You still lifesteal off that.
Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, okay. I don't want
So
shit.
if you do like a bunch of small hits, right, you're gonna heal less.
You need the CB,
The what?
the charge blade. You know, in this game I actually like the heavy blade more than charge blade. Feels
The
much
what?
better. The heavy blade,
Oh,
the one that can stun one.
need to go after this run, I think.
Oh, can.
Oh.
Oh, your health.
Oh, God, that's okay. Don't worry about it.
You need life steal.
See, back to half health already. It's okay.
One. Okay. No wonder you're not using potion.
I mean, if I'm fighting a boss, I'll be a bit more worried lah.
Yeah. The tornado?
Yeah. It vortexes enemies to you when you use it.
Oh. Wait, to me?
Yes, to you.
That's a little bit spicy. I'm doing range though.
Then don't use it more.
No, wait. Okay lah. I mean, I can dash away from that place. Yeah, I can use this one. I can use this one.
Okay.
Bam. Wait. Oh.
Only one person can get this gift sword.
Oh, I thought both person can get Hiya. Wee. Wait, I died. Did I not die?
No. Get the...
Oh my god, 200! 200! Holy shit.
I kena the bombs. I thought I dodged out the AoE.
Oh. I got bonked hard. Oh, it's a raptor. The raptor. There's 9 species? Ooh. I haven't unlocked this one yet.
There's 11, I believe.
Eh?
But you can't unlock you cannot get 2 of them anymore.
Oh no.
One for buying during early access, which I did.
Oh.
And one for buying the game during one for playing the game during demo.
Oh, during demo.
Yes. So you get the guinea pig, which I don't have, and then you have the intern, which is the iguana.
Oh, it's so small. So small.
But this is this one is supposed to be a Dead Cells reference.
Dead Cells?
Yes.
Oh, Dead Cells. Oh, the other game. Okay.
I can show you the rest also. This is Exoauto.
Exoauto? I have Exoauto, Basilispat, and Pangolin only.
Yeah. And I have this special Exoauto, the female, the girl one.
Oh, oh yo, wait, pet, very nice, yeah.
And I got the other bat,
The other pet, the cooler pet.
the cooler bat.
No, that's Rajang.
Then have yeah, Basilis. Bat. Then horn lizard is the one I was using.
Yeah, no, horn lizard's very nice, eh.
And then this female Exoto, the cropped one. You
Oh.
unlock as a rare drop in the final area.
Oh,
One of the normal enemies.
okay.
It's pretty cool, the tail.
Like a thriller.
And then this one.
Is that frog?
Yes. From
The Basili's tail is too nice already. And then the walking tail even better.
yeah.
So nice.
In order to unlock the rest, right? The Chimera Exoto, the Badger Bat, the Horn Lizard, and the Toad requires you to complete the higher difficulties.
Oh,
Yeah, it's been added this patch.
okay. I think I can do it. I mean, I already unlocked so many things here.
Okay, I go first. Have
Okay.
fun.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
I'm surprised even after that. Yeah, even after that coffee, I still feel quite sleepy. Maybe I drank it too late. Okay, let me leave this one as well. Alright. Let me try playing it solo this time. And see how much I die from this. I don't even know for gift slot. I feel like I should be able to make the game look a little bit better now. Transform gear on the ground into even more shells. Abundant jar challenges. Each fire is an optional challenge that gives an additional reward. Oh, that's pretty good. Like if I can do it, I get extra boost. Anchor, boom, telepike, curse critical. Balance. Damage plus 0.2% for every max HP above your starting total. Max HP build? Deadly extension. Each effect triggered by killing foes also trigger when they reach 50% HP. Huh. Oh, like the deadly explosion. Golden health. When hit, lose 4 shells for each point of damage instead of HP. No. Curse hit feels pretty strong. Cursed critical. I think cursed critical is just pretty good in general. And also maybe deadly extension. I'll get cursed critical. Hit blast and deadly explosion. Like if I can, I really want that extra gift slot. Custom difficulty. All players must first beat the previous difficulty. Clear sky. Enemy have enemy damage. Cogs looted. There's only one hot spring every second biome. Oh wow! Oh, I can quick team. Yes, let me abandon my teammates. Bleh. Bleh. Yeah, but Basil is number 1. So I guess the frog does nothing. And then this stone. Yeah, I guess the stone still does nothing for now. So with the help of a dragon, I unlock so many things now. I think I should be able to, I mean, I have 3 health flasks. I should be able to go through more than 1 stage, I feel like. Oh. So I need to do more of that L2 stuff. Let's do... I'm gonna do Golem Gardens first. I can win against fungal zombies because of Narcs. It's because of Dragon helping me. So now that I'm alone, let's just play it slowly, right? Play it very carefully this time. Mark zone. Strikes, then marks nearby enemy. Secret, maybe? It's kind of funny how Raven Blade's auto attack just lets me fly off the screen. You see how far I can fly off? But then of course they teleport me back, so it's kind of fun. It's not game breakingly fun though. So far, so good. Burn aura. Ooh, okay. Nice. I didn't know like fish knife's auto attack is so strong. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot I have trinkets. Yep. Oh my god. Hi, Murph. Hello, hello. Outer mark? Will you unleash your mark? Launch an auto attack signal? I don't know. I mean, I have mark. Oh, Murph is doing it. Attack speed? $300 health plus recharge. Do I even need that? I mean, I have a lot of health still. Guess I don't need that. I'm gonna play Path of Exile 2 on Monster Hunter Wilds with you fucking We can definitely play Monster Hunter Wilds together. It's soon, man. It's soon. It's like February 28th, I think. Yeah, the release date is 28. February 28th. I'm gonna become such a no life when the game comes out. Oh my god. But Merp is also the adorable thing too. Heck yeah. Windblown is also really fun. I tried out this game today and I got carried so hard. Feels good. Got him. Attack speed. I guess I'll get more attack speed. Ui. That was a little dangerous. Chrysalite gives 8 shield. Kill refuse trinkets by 5. Where unleash your mark deals criticals. I think Chrysalite give 8 shield is pretty good. I just need to do that more. Speed. Oi, crystallize. Oi, crystal. I didn't do it. Lily Evans, hi. Going to send a message. It's good. Fish knife's outer attack is strong. At least, is it? I feel like just the normal one's pretty good. I mean, I like the mega cut. Hiya. Oh yeah. Crystallize, crystallize. I got so mega carried just now. Now I don't know what I'm doing. Ui. More attack speed. We'll be lurking and watching. Oh, thank you. Always appreciate lurks. 300 for assassinate? Nah. Ui, bomb. Boss killer. Triggers another auto attack. Oh, this one is pretty good. When final curse is triggered, gain an opportunity to stun every target with a final curse. 2 marks merge into a stronger one that deals 50% damage. I want this one. I'm not even doing crystallize at all, so goo bomb. Kata? Oh. Kills have a 5% chance to permanently increase gear damage by 10%? That's really fucking strong, isn't it? Yeah. Ooh. I want my fish knife.
Yep.
Yep. God, I love the fish so much. No brain, only eat. What happened? Oh, they count as enemies? Damn. Wee. Crystals. Goo brush. I want HP. Fish? We love the fish. Oh my god. Mine. You streaming tomorrow? I stream from Thursday to Thursday to the next Monday, usually. Wait, the kata plus fish knife combo is really good though. 5% damage. Oops, the European boat with dragon paw. And dragon. I want to unlock the horn lizard in this game. Oh shit. Oh god, okay. Hiya! Ooh. Dangerous. What you stream? A bunch of things, honestly. I don't really have like a very one thing stream. I usually stream when I feel like I stream what I feel like I want to do. Most of the time. Ooh. But usually on Thursdays, not today though, usually on Thursday and Monday I do art, which I need to do more. Dice plus 100? Yes, I got the funny fish knife. Huge. Oh, hell yeah. A proper cobalt sized knife. Very nice. Libro, okay. Like a good old libro. Hi Kelsey. Why am I being punched? Again? Go, LeBro! Take me!
Yes.
When hit, creates an explosion that stuns for 2 seconds and defaults 100% of the damage. Oh. No, Dragon says you can't have a oversized kitchen knife. It's mine now, you cannot just say no. It's mine. Start every target with final curse. I like deadly explosion. Money. Raven Blade? Currently plus 20%. Ooh, okay. I think this might be the play. Kill enemies without taking damage? I can try. Got him! Saves you from death once. Final curse duration... money? Money! Melt into the book? Wow. That's a gift, right? Why keep giving me gifts? Okay. Money. If the held jump hits, gain the opportunity to launch a stronger one. A short time window during which you can use L2 to launch a special attack. Oh, that's kinda weird. Isn't L2 just... crystallize? I gotta recycle this one. For money. I like money, shiny. Ui! Very dangerous. Ooh, that hurt. Ooh, that really hurt. Thank you, Death Ball. Don't go! Got him. Lifesteal flasks. I don't like these. I don't know, I feel like maybe I shouldn't have used the potion there. Heals you for 4%. I like this one. I also want this one. Oh, the fish looks so dumb. I love the fish so much. Use this make sure to compound back into physical form. Merp's back. Raven Blade. Combo finisher applies freeze for 2 seconds. Ooh, I mean it's really good, but my current weapon is like so good as well. No, it's at plus 40% already. I'm selling it. I again met into a pilot at the Boopa machine. A Boopa machine. Secret? Yo, secret! Ooh, that looks like a really strong boss. Am I fighting an anime character? Okay. Easy, easy, no problem. Big funny fish knife. The best weapon. What about glass path? Like a glass path weapon? Oh, yeah. Did the damage increase again just now? Hell yeah. 60%! Oh yeah, I should probably clarify something. You know, I only started playing this game today, right? I only played for about 4-5 hours about, right? You might see that I have already unlocked a lot of things. That's because I got hard carried by my friend. So now I'm playing it alone and I'm just like all over the place, don't know what I'm doing. Hiya! Oi! It's okay, we have necromancy. I'm now liquid-bold. Hey, liquid-bold? You played the with a friend? Yep. One of my friends who is like super fucking strong and like unlocked everything, I believe. and then they're just like, yeah, carry me for a little bit because I'm a kobold and they're a dragon. Oi, oi, oi. Nice and easy. Against isolated enemy? How do I know if they're isolated? Weapons and trinket damage plus 40% while near to your target. I think Deadly Explosion is helping me so much. Somewhere in the lineage abode had a case with slime. Yip, splish splash. Oh yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna open up the lights real quick. It's getting dark. I'll be right back. I'm back. Now I can see again. Well, I can always see, just that my hecckin eyes hurt. That's a big knife. I know, right? Appropriate size for a kobold knife. Hi, Fluffy. Kill enemies while taking damage? Sure. Hiya! Got him easy. Trinket? Bleed aura. Apply 6 bleed to nearby foes, then give bleed infusion to nearby areas. Nearby leapers. Death orb. Oh wait, I could just upgrade Death orb. Since my my katana already has like a bleed infusion, I think. This one. Yeah, it has bleed infusion. Heavy blade, slow but powerful weapon, last effect deals criticals and stun. Is this game music? Yep, I'm playing with game music on. Attack speed plus 20. Ooh, wait a minute. Plus 70%. Katana already has plus 70%. And then the huge fish knife. Nah, I'll get money. I peek in to see Kobo got double altar and running fish, knife, and kata. Yeah. I got a huge fish knife. Ooh. Ultra laser. I don't want. Wait. Fish knife auto attack is just too good. This one. Don't like that one. Still at 70%. Got him. Attack speed? Heck yeah. Oh, it's 4 hits? 80 health for boing fish. I mean, I can kind of heal from healing things, but also I'm out of potion. I want it. Bitch. Fish knife is one of my most used weapons. To be fair, fish knife is like the first weapon we have, right? But fish knife itself is already like pretty good. The third hit on crit is pretty good. Come on. Hiya! Wait. Damage increased, easy. Oh, damage, nice. And quick outer attack combos. Me off for lunch for now. You get burger? Gosh, burger sounds so good right now. At least it's in Goo Brush. Goo Brush feels a little bit weird to use, to be honest. Hiya! Maybe I'm just not used to the Goo Brush for now. How many? Ooh, everything is not telegraphed. What was that last hit? You were just like holding your weapon and then suddenly a sound cue and it attacks immediately. Ooh. I need this. I like dashing through the whole screen with Charge Blade. I love how it's called Charge Blade when it's Great Sword. Maybe I played too much, yeah, definitely played too much Monster Hunter. Then again, it's never too much Monster Hunter, so there we go. Applies goo to the target, facilitating criticals. Facilitating criticals? So it's like they can... What does facilitating critical mean? It's charged because you charge the blade. Okay, fair. Hi, 3. They buffed that guy? Revamped? He has less damage now? I don't know. I only played this game for... how long? Let me check out. Steam says 4.8 hours. So, I can't say. My expertise is not enough yet. From Recharger Blade. My game says 116 hours. Hey, fair enough. This feels like a game where I can sink a lot of hours into as well. Damage 40 plus 40% against mini bosses and bosses. Okay, cursed hits. Golden health. I hate golden health because I need gold. I love gold. Gold is mine. Cogs looted plus 15%. Cog. I don't think I can do this. I'm gonna try. Yes, more cog. Hi, Lord Tavish. I need more cog. I'm gonna try Qatar, not Qatar. I'm gonna try Goobersh. Hiya! Wee. Attack speed, critical damage. I like attack speed. People. I don't want. I like my melee. I like my melee damage, or like I love doing melee combat. Ui, 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 ui. Ui, ui. Trinket mark? Good rush. The first hit is really slow that comes out. Good swungage though, I like it. Beat bold. I feel like I would not be able to keep the rhythm on when I'm fighting like fights. Then again, it could be just like skill issue with speaking. So, I mean, obviously. Wait, 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 wait. Goop Rush damage is insane though. Is it just me? Oi. Goo deals 40 DPS. Oh, I want this one. My favorite gift. Some weapons I only bring to use as secondary. Fair enough. Slope up halfway, but the last attack deals critical and stuns. I like that, I like that. Alright, bye bye fish knife. I don't want this. Bam. And Cobalt likes explosion. Got him. Cogs looted. Cog. Yes. Love me some cog. Goo brush. Somehow Goo Brush deals like 10,000 damage though. Like Goo Brush damage is crazy high. Look at that. Wait, 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 wait. I'll get the one with max HP buff as well. Many. I recently made a little build that actually really made 10,000 damage in a single hit. Good. That means maybe I don't know. The hell was that? Did you just shit? Oh, attack speed though. Oh, attack speed. I want attack speed. I'll get this one. It's okay. Attack speed is good. 80 health for a boing fish. I don't have lifesteal, so maybe not. Hiya! Ooh. Hage Bunshin? Am I playing against Pokemon? Bleed aura. I'm fighting against the next whole cage. Oh, you do goo brush damage. Goo brush. Goo brush damage. Brother, it's so painful. Health flash recharge 300. Cruel ghoul. Backstab deals plus 100% damage target with ghoul. Lebro. $300. I can buy a Lebro. I'll change out Bam. As much as I love Explosion, Lebro is a bro, so I have to get it. I can never get enough of the fish. It's so good. Oh, I got the abundance, right? I probably have enough for a extra gift slot now. Lebro best? Lebro with lifesteal ought to be my favorite artifact right now. Is there lifesteal? Wait, there is, right? It's not recovery, right? Wait. Trinkets tiny. What is that? What is that? It goes away. Oh, boomerang. Outer attack damage was 40%. But it's not that good, right? It doesn't cause any stun or anything. Nah. I won. Lebro with trinket status builder is also good. Go, Lebro! Get him up. Hey. Money for a golden apple? Yeah. I don't have necromancy, so I'm getting it. I already lost that 40%. For 200 money well spent. Wee. Heal activates brutality. What's a brutality? Necro. Oh my god, yeah! Oh, I have to change out the cog. It's okay. We have a bit of a cog run already, so it's okay. Necromancy right now will be much better. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Size plus 100? I want it. Nice. Getting a little douched. Damage plus 60% if held longer. Nah. Money? Wee. Yeah, if I get to use Goo Brush to attack, Goo Brush can deal a shitload of damage. But then again, Goo Brush is so slow, it's a little bit hard. Immune? Oi. Out of potion again. Dash just activate focus. Boost stock. Wait, boost stock is so good though. Maybe it's a bit late. I like boost stock. Strong, it makes you vulnerable. It's kind of slow, so that makes sense. Fog. Oi, oi, oi. Oh yeah, I threw that one. Less than 25 seconds. Okay. Oh my god, there's more. Oh, the range is just a bit short for something that you hit staying still. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I do feel like the damage is like comically large Goo Brush is straight up overpowered. If only there's a size plus 100% Goo Brush, that would be nice. Let me try out. Ooh. Let me try on that overpowered Goo Brush one year. Wait, oh wait. Okay. Fish knife. Charge towards distant foes? I guess I can change out the heavy blade for now. Oh! Oh my god. Okay, I know it's nighttime, but holy shit, that fireworks is so loud. It is almost Chinese New Year, so that makes sense. Wee! Did check that one. Good run, good run. Also, is that goo brush? I think the goo brush was level 1 towards the end still. I then changed the goo brush and it's still level 1. I want the horn lizard. This one. The hex source. Start source. Lifeline. A sturdy marten hair rope perfect for adventure. What's even for? Fuck! I mean, I'm back. Welcome back, man. Using a trinket spawns a Thai. 30 DPS for 8 seconds. Oh, it just deals damage in the area. It doesn't necessarily mean that when the Sai goes through enemy, it deals damage. It's just an area. Wait, then Sai is really good then. What the hell? Yeah, that makes so much difference. That makes so much difference. Right, 6:45. I kind of want to play more, but at the same time, I'm so hungry for some reason. I don't have a trinket here with me. I mean, according to the demo video, it looks like it's area damage instead of like Sai go through and do damage. Me doing the own stream for now. Have a good one. Yep. Thank you, man. Have a good stream yourself as well. I love the basilisk so much. I mean, the tail on Pangolin is also really good. Let's play Pangolin. Like, the tail of this game is just... I need to do more of this. Oh, Tikaka. Hi, Tikaka. Welcome, welcome. More kobold friends. Yeah, I can do this one again. Alright, last expedition. Hope Tikaka is doing good. And kobolds together strong? Yeah. Ooh, free. I was cleaning and now got a pancake break. Nice. Oh, speaking of cleaning, yeah, for the past 2 days, I've been doing a lot of decorating my house, cleaning the house. Very tiring, but man, is it ever so satisfying to clean them up. Goobum. A pound? Sure. I'm starting spring cleaning early since I can actually see the sun. Yeah. Why is the music gone? Destructive trinkets. I'll take speed. Did you know that? I don't know. What should I know? Hi. All enemies less than 20 seconds? Okay. Okay, very nice. I want the HP buff. That's a lot of cog. This one's kinda hard. Extended sign, damage sign. Every turn 50 base damage you deal, spawn a side. I have a trinket sign. I like an extended sign. I can build side with this, I think. Boomerang. Oh wait, boomerang might be good for Sai. Yeah, let's change out Beat Bolt. Trusty damage sign. I think more damage is just good, more good in general. Hey, oi, 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 oi. Oh. Oh, this one is really fun now. I'm gonna change out the fish knife for now, I guess. Yeah, this one is really easy to do. Nice. That really does last for a long time. Okay, very nice. We have more Sai now. Sai good, Sai good. Powerful Sai, merge Sai. Nice merge and combine the direction and damage. Sai damage plus 30% with an additional 5% for each one merge, up to 8 merges. I'll get powerful Sai first. Merge Sai is good, but I only have like trinket Sai for now. I need more condition to create Sai before I can get a good merge Sai. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Ooh. Goo? Sai? Yeah. All Sai now? Having bleed in place of merge might be better, I think. I don't know. Maybe? Grenade. Ooh, wait, this is fun though. Okay. I can get a really easy stun here. Very nice. I missed my double alternate attack. Ultra laser? I don't want. Ooh, got him. I'm gaming. Need to use crystallize more. Cobalt gaming. This is so good though. Free stun. That's a little bit spicy. Nice. Free. It's so good. Applies 2 curse with everything? This is outer attack damage plus 40%. Nah, I'm spamming outer attack. Ooh, it's a lot of cog. Easy. Gaming. Goo brush. Attack speed plus 40%, but damage minus 20%. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know. I feel like I'm currently cheesing with boomerang. I like the attack speed though. What? If I spam fast enough, it will start from the second hit? Why? I mean, fun. Yeah, if I spam fast enough, it starts for second hit. I mean, I guess I can try that. Let's go. No. I need like a trinket that charges faster than this. I think they are both 35 seconds. Yeah, they're both 35 seconds. I know there's like 10 seconds one? Question mark? Maybe? Okay. Protect the fish. Kunai? I thought that's triple ku. I thought that's a triple goo brush. Imagine triple goo brush. Wow. It's a gift, right? That's a potion shop, I think. Yeah, that looks like a shop over there on the top, right? I don't think I need that. So good. Weapons and trinket damage against 60%. Ignore the first hit and each biome and become invincible for 5 seconds. Ayo, I forgot the laser. Unfortunate. I didn't do it. I did it. Hey, that's not bad. Using a trinket activating rush. Kills refill trinkets by 5 seconds. Every turn 50 base damage, you deal spawn a Psy. I guess I can change this one. 250 base damage is not that high. with my current damage, I feel like. So I'm changing this one. I'm definitely gonna need this. Fish knife. Fish knife? I don't know about fish knife. I feel like I'm gonna keep my current heavy blade and goo brush. Let's see if I don't think I don't want to die to the pirate again. Boomerang. Plus 40% damage target with burn. I'm not doing any burn. Yeah, see? I can spawn quite a little Psy here. This build is not bad. I like the side build. Damage was 15%. I want this one. Frozen dodge. This is 35 seconds, I think. 30 seconds. I mean, it's better than my current one. People. Nah. Secret? Oh my god, secret. Double auto attack. For group rush, it's not that important. I mean, I'm playing a side build, so I don't need that now. As much as I love double auto attack, not this time. Fishnet. Attack speed plus 40% but damage minus 20%. Auto attack is not affected by attack speed, I believe. No. I believe in my Goo Brush and Heavy Blade build. I believe. Easy. Beat bolt, oh bam, 35 seconds. Or money. Ooh. Money can be really good. I want this one. Money. Money always. Cog money or I mean Cog always, right? Cog is like the very important currency in this game. Oh fuck. Okay. Free. 370 cog, very nice. Less than 40 seconds. Okay, I think I got this if I play it well. Okay, I used one potion now. Trinket, cog, money. More cog, okay. Game is bringing really nice to me. Nice. I use the fish now. Oh no, I used the fish! Okay, let's try it. Okay. Gobbling fish, nice, nice. I was tryharding so hard, my god. Deep freeze, boost stock, deadly brutality. I mean, boost stock is good, but I have all of these, so... Also, that's kind of weird though, right? The side didn't appear as much. It's just me? Sponsor site. Oh,
Yep.
Brecky feeling comfy. Ooh, did this Frost Nova spawn? Yeah, this one spawns Sai. I want that. Nice. V is here to yip and relax for a bit. All packed, all shaved and ready for my flight tomorrow. Have a heckin' safe flight tomorrow, Evie. And have big fun with the trip as well. Of course, when it comes to that, right? I want this. Can't wait to snuggle my little fox girl. Yeah. Ooh, okay. The game is trying to help me, very, very nice. Thank you again. Ooh. 90 per hit is very scary. Oh yeah, just now that shop didn't even sell like potion refill? Wow. What a heckin' bully. Oh, the eye blade. Ui. I didn't die, I survived that one somehow. all. Okay. I used the fish though. Kinda want to wait until my trinket is ready. But then it's kind of cheesy though. It is very cheesy for me to wait until my trinket is ready. You know, like 10 seconds. Or like more than that. Because if I just keep rushing, I mean, it's so dangerous now if I keep rushing. I just need a checkpoint, please. Give me fish. Okay, okay, I'll take it, I'll take it. Not bad, not bad. Thank you, thank you. Attack speed is 20. I need a stun. Without stun, I'm dead. Outer attack plus 1. Okay, wait. I think this is pretty good. Yeah, just more damage in general. Okay, okay, just play it slowly. We have a chance, we have a chance. Be very heckin' careful. I just need to get to the next checkpoint. Oh, free card, nice. Boost, okay, a chance to get more health. I'm sorry, I'm gonna wait for the trinket to finish. I need my trinket to win. I'm playing with cheese now, I'm so sorry. The cheese. I'm gonna dash that immediately Frost Nova and just like beat the shit out of it. I messed up. Okay. Okay. Kill enemies in less than 40 seconds. Alright. Ooh, I thought I dodged it though. Did you see the dodge? I want a replay of that. They hit me when I'm dodging. Ew. That was so obvious though. Well, I tried. think I got a little cog that one. Yeah. Starting weapon 2. Receive 2 weapons at the start of your expedition. Recycling 2 hex source. It's a gift source at the beginning of your expeditions. I think a start source is way better. A hex gift source will store in your expeditions, providing strong effects, though always with detriments. Get start source? Yepers. That's good enough. Abundant jars. Kunai. Ooh. Applies curse. All curse explode during crit. Oh yeah, goblin fish is so fun though. I want it. Goblin fish, burn aura? Burn aura. Gear adapt. Unlock 10 weapons or trinkets. Okay. And then... yeah, get balance, why not? And echo? Oh yeah, what's echo? Oh. 105% of the damage dealt after 0.7 seconds. So if I hit really fast, it just doesn't work. I mean, it seems like... yeah, for fish knife is like the perfect amount of time, right? Yeah, I can definitely see myself playing this for a long ass time. I might even play it tonight. Holy shit! After dinner, and I'm just gonna play it. Hell yeah! All right, I'm gonna stop here for now though. I am getting very hungry. All right, let's return to desktop. Yeah, I'm glad I bought it. This game is really fucking fun. I very like. The game is taking a while for it to close though. Hello? There we go. I also want to open up music. Oh yeah, speaking of, I should update something, right? So. So this week, let's not say this. Next week is already Chinese New Year, which is very wild. So next Tuesday is the Chinese New Year, first day, right? I think. It's either Tuesday or Wednesday, I forgot, I need to check. So that also means that during Chinese New Year, I might take a week off. Right? I will not, this silly little purple ball will not be here for a week. Yeah, I need to like celebrate Chinese New Year with my family, since it's a big thing in my at least in my family, right? It's a big thing. So usually I'll take a week off. If there's more, less likely less, right? But if I'm gonna take a few more days, I'll update you all on Discord, right? A week is a long time, so I'll still be on Discord. Like, if you want to DM me, feel free. I might not respond immediately because I'm very anxious about online texting, right? But still, I'll try my best when I'm not streaming. DMs, everything is like fine. Just I might reply slow. Enjoy food. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you, Becky. 99 Cobalt, 99 EV. Have a safe trip tomorrow. Alright, so when the time comes, I will do an announcement on Discord so that people will not miss what's going on. And of course, since it's like a week break, I will also mention it on the Twitch title so that people will not miss it, right? And I think that's a responsible thing to do. Responsible, oh my god. A kobold of being responsible? Oh my god. But yeah, I had fun today. Hecckin, Windblown. Windblown. I am truly being blown away by wind in this game, right? Really fun. I fucking love it, right? It's so rare to see a hack and slash roguelike, right? Because most roguelike I see is just guns, right? Immediately the first thing comes to mind is definitely Gunfire Reborn, and I heard Borderlands is kind of like that as well. Because when I first stream Gunfire Reborn, the comment I get is all, hey, this feels like Borderlands but with animals. And it's like, I don't know what Borderlands is, so I have no idea. Right, I have no idea. But a lot of people saying that, so which led me to believe that Borderlands is a roguelike shooter as well. I might be wrong. I never touched the game before, so I don't know. But yeah, it's a fun game, right? A unique, to me personally, is quite a unique a unique hack and slash roguelike, right? It's not a lot of game, like not a lot of game does that. What I see is a lot of shooter roguelike, not hack and slash roguelike. So hey, Windblown is definitely a blessing. I love Windblown. It's a fun game. Not sponsored though, but hey, the game's fun. I will definitely play more. As for tomorrow, not too sure what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I have Helldivers too, but I highly doubt that my PC can handle this game, to be honest. I haven't played Counter-Strike in a long time, to be honest. I cannot believe I haven't played Counter-Strike for a while. Oh my god. But of course, right, there is still Quake that I haven't finished yet. Quake, there's Turok 1 and Turok 2 as well, right? So someday, maybe, I don't know, I kind of want to play some Counter-Strike tomorrow. And then maybe Quake, finishing Quake on Saturday and Sunday. Maybe. Like I mentioned, the way I stream is just I don't have a stream schedule. I only have like time schedule, but not like content schedule. Like what I want to do really depends on on my like current mood, right? My current mood. If I want to do this during that day, then I'll do this during that day. I usually don't follow a timeline or like follow a schedule to like, this day do this, that day do that, I don't have that. I don't really have that. I usually how I do things is just like, hey, today I kind of want to do this, let's do that. I just think it's much, I feel much better doing that, to be honest. I don't know, it's just how I feel. Yeah, I like it. I want to play more Windblown, but I'm so hungry. It's almost 8 PM. Okay, I need to get food. Tylra, You really are one of the bestest combo. There's so many other combos that's so much better though. But thank you. I don't know what I did, but hey, I'll take it. Huh. Cutest too. I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry. Oh, right, I haven't raided Merp in a while. Cringe Cobble? Huh. Oh, we've another Kobold. Oh yeah, also, today's stream has been quite scuffed. Malaysian internet strikes again today. It has been a while, but man, does it feel like I don't like it when it happens. Face it, you're amazing, you're wonderful, and we are also very thankful you're here. I mean, I should be the one that's thankful that y'all are here. I would not be able to do this if like y'all are not here, so it's reversed. I should be thankful that you guys are helping me doing this. So yeah, take it. I mean, y'all are wonderful. I don't know if I am though, but hey. Also, I cannot wait to play Master Hunter Wilds. February 28th. That day will mark the day where I will lose my life, I think. Well, not life, but during that day, or like starting from February 28th, I feel like when Master Hunter Wilds come out, I would not do anything else at all. I am so ready. I am so ready to just play the game non-stop, sink another 2,000 hours in it. I don't care. I want to look at dragons again. I want to feel amazed. I want to feel the goosebumps happening when the music and the epic music and the dragon and me clashing together, having a huge ass fight together, and then goosebumps and yeah, all of that. All of that. Entirely all of that. I want it. I want to feel that shit again. Hell yeah. I cannot wait. Of course, there's like an open beta on, I forgot when? It's on one of the Friday, I believe. I believe it's 14. Well, 14 here, but the date is like 13, 7 p.m. I think. So it's gonna be the next day morning for me. Yeah, I think it's 14 for me here. 14 until 17, to my understanding. So get ready for more Master Hunter Wilds, and hopefully they don't have forced ray tracing anymore. Because apparently the last open beta, my PC cannot handle it. So it's a lot of people's PC cannot handle it. It's because there's ray tracing and it cannot be disabled. So I heard that the game is very optimized. So I have very high hopes that my PC will barely able to handle it. I'm not gonna ask for much, right? If I have to go flat, I'll go flat. Just let me play Monster Hunter Wilds. So yeah. No matter what Kobo plays, I'll be here at least to say hi and I appreciate that a lot. I know the games that I play are... I know some of the games I play is not very engaging. I totally understand, right? But it's just kind of what I love to play, to be honest, right? Like Tekken, I get so angry at times. I wish to stop being so angry sometimes, but it's Tekken. And then Counter-Strike is just me shooting guns, but I just love it. And then, ooh, I kind of want to play Darkest Dungeon someday. I want to play a Darkest Dungeon modded run, right? It'll be a lot easier for me because I don't want to feel too stressed out. But Darkest Dungeon is something that I want to play as well. It's really fun. I like it. 1, Darkest Dungeon 1. Yeah, I don't know about Rivals anymore. I just don't feel like I want to play Rivals at all. Like, yeah, there's some dragon mods that have been shown, but it's just I feel like Rivals, Marvel Rivals, and Tekken 8 is the game that brings out the worst of me. Gosh, like I get so angry when playing these games. It's kind of scary. Como gets to sim lots and we won't judge. Fair enough, I simp a lot when I see dragons. February 28th after my exams. Nice! Then you can also sink a lot of times into Monster Hunter Wilds. Cobalt time? Right, of course. It's almost 8. Okay, let me summon Bernie and stuff real quick then. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Always appreciate your help like this. And I also have a Discord. Discord is where I will announce my stream stuff always. Oh, right. I have raid shinies. Raid 3, raid 4. Do I have raid 1 and 2? I don't remember. Yeah, Discord is where I announce my stream stuff, and I will also spam dragon pictures whenever I can, so heck yeah. Raid 2, not raid 1, so weird. Komori says hi. Ooh, I think Komori says hi is when I first became a kobold officially. What's raid 3? Yeah, raid 4 is the one that I've been using. What? There's a raid 5. I kinda want to do raid 5 though. Combats are staring at all your shinies, just so menacing. It's so menacing. I want this one, I like it, Yeah. Okay. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Let me type in the raid to Merp. Oh, Merp's stream died? Oh no. It seems to happen a lot when Merp plays Path of Exile too. But I think it only happens when during the start of his stream, I feel like. Oh, good. Merp is back, I think. Oh, hell yeah, Merp is back. Okay. Thank you, Merp. Now I can rate Merp. You know, sometimes I really think Twitch is a neat thing, I would say, right? For me, I'm gonna ramble a little bit more, right? To me, I started as a no one. Like no one. No one knows me, no one knows who I am. I was just on Twitch as a nobody playing Tekken 7 back then. And then eventually we built some communities, we have some, you know, we talked, and then I met a bunch of new friends. Even when I'm not kobolds yet, I didn't really tell my friends that I do this because I feel like it's such a me doing this is so embarrassing, to be honest, when I first think about it. So that's why I didn't tell my friends about it, because my friends, right? Most of my real life friends, they'll be like, "Oh, you do stream? So how many viewers do you have? How many followers?" And they will always expect like, you know, if it's not 1,000 plus or something like that, or like huge streamer numbers, then they'll be like, "Why are you wasting your time, right?" Because they don't know anything about like the small streamers situations, right? They only seen those like front pages stuff. So they always assume like, oh, you're a streamer, so you should be huge then. It's like, no. So that's why I always feel like it's so embarrassing to mention that I do streaming and stuff. Usually when people ask me, hey, what do you do? And I just be like, oh, art. I mean, it's partially true. I do art a little bit, right? So it's partially true. But yeah, I just don't tell my friends about it. I just feel kind of embarrassing. But now I feel like it's not too embarrassing anymore. Right? But I still don't just tell anyone that I do that. I just be like, oh, I do art. And sometimes I stream a little bit of my art. It's like, yeah. But I don't just say that to anyone. I just say that to a few of my close friends that I really, really trust. Right? So I think it's kind of funny. But me starting as a nobody and now quite a few kobolds know about me, and not only just kobolds, but I have a small community of myself, of my own. Sorry, a small community of my own makes me feel like this is quite magical, right? Me as a nobody, and then suddenly people know about me. So it's like, yeah. I've seen your in real life face. Fucking cute as heck. I don't know about that. Every time I look at the mirror, it's like, oh fuck. I also don't tell anyone. Yeah, that's fair. I have my brother on Steam. Not sure if he has any clue though. I have my... I mean, only my elder sister know much about my streaming, right? I have my sisters on Steam as well. Like my third sister, my fourth sister, and my elder sister is on my Steam. And Discord as well, the same. But my fourth and third sister, they don't really watch Twitch or anything like that, so they don't know anything about me streaming. So, I mean, they do know that I'm doing streaming, but they don't know what I'm doing, right? Hi, Ion. Oh my god, look at the squish. Hope you're doing good. I'm gonna raid out soon. I need to get food. I finished my rambling again. Alright, let's raid into Merp. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobold loves y'all. Right? Here comes the raid to Merp. Bah. We're gonna stare at Merp shinies. And staring at Merp shinies. No way. Wait, none shall intrude this out? Holy shit, the full game is out! The game that you get to play as a dragon! It's like a card game as well. Holy shit, it's 34 ringgit? Damn! I'm buying it immediately. I get to play. Wait, oh shit, we can play this tomorrow. No, I have to play Counter-Strike. I don't have to play Counter-Strike. Oh my god, I get to play as a Tekken. It's early access too, I think. Is it? No, it's not. Shit, I can play tomorrow. Fuck, I want it. I want to play it. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Cobalt loves you. I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down. Alright, as always. Take care. Mwah. Bye bye. Bye bye.